Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Wednesday hump day, middle of the week. And I think it was, who said that this morning? Liberation hump day. Yeah, today is the day of the liberating taxation, right? That Trump is coming out with. We'll have to wait and see about that. Well, good morning, everybody here in the room. Good morning, everybody on social media, on Facebook. And we love to have you here in the room. We've got a 7-day free trial for you to come into the room. Check us out on a daily basis, as so many have, and we would appreciate it. Looking forward to having everybody here in the room today and going through the morning calls here. When I went through the list this morning, I was like, you know what? Not a ton of stuff to choose from that I really love. So if you have anything that you're looking at, if you have anything that you love, if you have anything that you're watching, if you have anything that makes good sense this morning, let me know so we could get that on the screen here and get some great trades on this morning. We'll talk about that and more as we get the day started. Let's go ahead and dive into what's happening here on the global marketplace with the Asian markets. Saw the Nikkei rise 101, Hong Kong Hang Seng down 4, and the Shanghai and China up 1.69 points, kind of flat. Europe still in session. German DAX is down 336, FTSE in UK down 55, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 65. You combine that with Asia, and you've got 2 markets up, 4 markets down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures here this morning. It's exactly what we have. Dow futures down another 291 this morning. NASDAQ futures down 233 3/4, 233.75, and the S&P futures down 53.75 this morning. Well, we're just looking at the only headline news here is Trump finalizing the tariff plans. And that's today at 4 o'clock. He's going to actually have on TV information at 4 o'clock today. So interesting day today for the markets. That's really about it. Tesla, the other big news, reporting 336,000 vehicle deliveries in the first quarter. That's just short. Let me just pull something up here. Okay. J&J. Okay, that's just short of what the analysts were thinking on Tesla. That stock is down this morning. We'll watch that to see if we pop or drop for the rest of the day. And then as we get going today, that's going to be really about it. United Airlines in the news adding routes, but really not a whole lot of stuff going on here this morning. And with that, and as we go into the day today, just be careful, be cautious, and be alert as to the direction of the market and the direction of the stock that you're taking, because that's going to be important to time those things together today as we get into this market here for the remainder of the day. Okay, there we go. Boom. All right. We are set to rock and roll this one. Let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning to you, Clifton. Thank you for starting us off this day. Today, Mark. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Miguel. Good morning to you, Garrett. Good morning. Top of the morning to you, Darren. Good morning. Good morning. Lee, good morning to you. Seth, good morning. And Scott V, good morning to you. Let's talk some stocks this morning. Little tentative, but I still have a couple of picks here this morning. I'm going to wait and see how the market opens up before I rush in. CRWV, this is CRWV. I traded this the other day. Long this morning over 56.10. Yep. And this will be the breakout of the pre-market high. 56.10 CRWV. Let's check that to make sure here. 56.60. Sorry. No, we're going to go. Yeah, we're going to go 55 and then add at 56. There you go. Better plan. CRWV long at 55. Tesla this morning under 254. We'll post this. Tesla short 254. And then NMAX, again, we'll see what this stock does. You know, this stock has been a huge mover. It's gone from what, $10, $14 up to 260, and now back to 186. Not something you want to mess with. It's a lot of fire in this stock, but we'll watch this here today. There we go. Okay, perfect. And take it over 200. So NMAX, and again, this will be a small share size here. NMAX long over 200. And then last but not least, we'll take a look at Meta under 575 and that's another short here. So we got a series of shorts here this morning to coincide with the market, and then we should be good. Let me know if there's any, Martins, good morning. Rick, good morning to you. Let me know if there's any stocks that you like this morning that you're watching. NCNO is just demolished this morning. I'm watching Rivian, Woof, WOOF, $3 stock, and then HIMS. HIMS $29. Let me see if that makes a difference here. I'm going to look at the daily at 29. Yeah, it sure does. The stock could go down to 25. Wow. Okay. We'll keep an eye on HIMS, HIMS, and maybe get that thing short. They reported today. Let me see what the news was on it. I was looking earlier here. See if I can pull it up again. Here you go. So on the HIMS trade, it's right down here at the bottom. Stock dropped 7% in the pre-market, putting it on track to add to its recent decline. Some analysts noted the stock's ZEP-bound price point of nearly $1,900 a month is too high. So pricing too high. Now we'll see. Again, I think the stock is doing fine, but they get that dump after offering. Yep, I saw that DJT. Yep. Yeah, I see it, Darren. I've got it here, and it's under 19 right now. So we'll see if that rises. We could probably get that short as well. Now, here's the other thing on NCNO. Down 33%. The cloud banking firm posted weak fourth quarter earnings. The company earned 12 for the current quarter and full year. The company earned 12 cents excluding items per share in the fourth quarter, missing the consensus forecast of analysts polled by FactSet by 7 cents. However, KBW called the pre-market sell-off overdone. So, what do you do there? Is that something that you maybe take long? I don't know. Right now, really not a whole lot of volume, so we can watch that here. I like Meta to the downside, though. Yeah, I saw the DJT trade. Okay, we are set to go here. We get started in about 4 minutes. Not sure if DVG is going to make the open today. He's at the doctor this morning. Are you thinking, Darren? You're thinking shorting it. I mean, shorting NCNO, under 18. Or do we take a long for bump? Depends on how we open up. See if we flush out this morning or not. Okay, I don't see any other news here, so we're going to go with what we have here. Watching NVDA at this level. Okay, perfect. Let me take a look one more time at this Woof trade. Woof. Yeah, I mean, it's got room to expand. Not sure I'll be on this trade, though. I don't like $3 stocks. You get whipped out. Okay, let's take a look at NVDA. Yep. More downside under that 107. Yep. Very good, Mark. Yeah, I had thought about, I think at 240, I thought about shorting NMAX, but it can't withstand the pain on that stock as it moves, and the spread is just unbelievable. All right, 2 minutes to go here. I don't know, maybe Maybe Tesla long if it gets flushed out. I don't know. CRWV looks great in this down market. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is, right? Like I said, that 55 would have been. We'll wait for the pullback, Steve.
Hey Scott, traders, morning.
Hey, Amir, good morning to you. Looking for some stocks to watch if you want to list anything or let me know what you're at. I don't have, but maybe two or three I really like.
Same. Only one I'm watching. I have the levels is Tesla, and if something happen in the market, I'm gonna do the TQQQ. Except
Yeah.
that, empty, empty.
Yep. I got you.
IO and Q. I read something. Your favorite IO and Q.
Yeah.
So it's also on my list. Um,
Okay, traders. 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open for business today. Let's have a great trading day today. Love to see NCNO flush right now and maybe pick some up. How far can NMAX go? Well, maybe back to 100. I don't know. Not a whole lot of volume to start the day off, so that's not. It's good. Plus, it's a 2-point spread, so
I didn't see Scott that the IPO from Friday, CRWV.
yeah,
I
I got
watch
that
it on
up.
the pre-market, but see what happened like in the last few minutes of the pre-market. Now it's an all-time high. Wow.
Hmm.
So
Just be patient this morning. There goes Tesla flushing away. That NCNO would never be going up like that if they didn't tail that news story uh, with the pre-market sell-off being overdone. So if we can get back and touch 18 or a little bit below, I would take it long. First candle on the triple Qs is green. Okay. NMAX, yeah. I think NMAX's spread right now, I'm looking at it, is like 5 points. Again, no trades here. Simply watching. Yep. We'll see if that VWAP Rick supports it at all. thinking about that Meta short here. Take a look at it. Yeah, nothing but green skies here. NCNO, CRWV. That may have been our shot, Rick, to get in there, and I did not on that first pullback to the VWAP.
Probably it's too spready right now, no? I have to see. Yeah, it's like 50-cent spreads.
Yep. Tempted here on Meta under 578 to short it. And it continues up. Look at that NMAX. Crazy, right? I'd love to see it at 100. Sitting on my hands. Anybody see anything? I mean, CRWV, maybe. Let's just wait and be patient here. What do you think, Amir? NVAX at 100. It's only got about 47 points to go. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. Try not to watch at the beginning of the day those crazy one, you know.
Yeah.
You see, I was watching now. I wanted to scalp test at 255. I was watching, you know, NVX and the other one, and I didn't even say, and I even missed. Yeah.
Well, triple Q's continuing on the second green candle here, and that's what we have from Meta right now. Yeah, if the NCNO trade, let me take a look at PLTR. If the NCO trade would have come down at the start, I would have probably taken it long on a chance here. Oh yeah, PLTR. Wow. Any news, Vincent, PLTR?
All year is one news for PLTR, no, Scott?
Yeah.
Since it got into the SPY.
Still don't see anything I love. I'm thinking Meta short, but look at NMAX now. 39 points to go to get to 100. Are you thinking short, Darren, or on the? Let me take a look here. Take a look at MSTR. Triple Q is nothing but straight up. Yeah, MSTR a monster. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do it here. Meta short. Call me crazy, but here we go. META short 583. Small share size, and I'll add under 582 if we get there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yes, Steve, I'm watching coin. I'm watching maybe a little pullback to the 176, and I'm watching it. Yeah.
I just know nothing goes straight up. Let's put it that way. CRWV flushing down.
Darren, I watch and CNO. Yeah. When I see something like this, I'm not thinking about, you know, that it will finish, close the gap. You know, it's like $8, and this is a stock with $1 ATR, so we have to be realistic. Don't like the pattern of the candle there. I don't know, something there, because I one of the biggest playbook that I have is, and there's tons of institutional there. I was watching. I was just reading right now. So there is opportunities. Sometimes lots of opportunity up, not, but I just put a chart for this and I will watch it. Thank you.
Darn it. That NCNO, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darren, me too. Yep, 39 more bucks till NMAX is at 100. What a joke. What a joke. No shares short on this side of the house. You could have blindly shorted that stock. Does anybody have it besides Amir?
Short what?
NMAX, NMAX.
I don't know if I have short on this, and I. Oh. Not a lot of volume, Scott.
No.
Not a lot of volume. It's like kids in a playground with nothing to do.
Yeah,
So
yeah, good way to
th-
put it.
there's nothing to do. 400,000 shares. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to take some of that meta with DVG here, I think. See if we get back over that 585 real quick here. I mean, it's filled the gap right up here, right? I'm going to go short under 585. I don't know if I posted it. I'm just with Yeah, I'm looking for about 4 points, no, 3 points, let's just say, down to that 582 area. That's about a 50-cent spread, not bad. See if we can get a couple of points out of it here.
It's really weird, Scott. Every stock I'm watching, I'm not sure which way I want it, so it's
I
a good
know, I
way.
know.
It's a good way not to do nothing, really.
Yeah.
I'm watching stocks and start to debate with myself. Then I'm saying to myself, what's going on? Don't remember happen. Even Tesla, Darren. Even Tesla, really. Okay, now Tesla again. I want to see if it's gonna break, but look at Tesla before that. Even in 5 minutes, it's left a very big wick. But now, I don't know. No, this is not a situation to. I have to be sure.
Tesla would have been nice off the bottom here. Wow. You had it called correctly, 255.
Yeah, in day trading, to tell it it's not enough. You have to click it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
1205. You know what? Let's start with Mara. I think it's a little bit behind of. Don't think we have a big stop there. Above right now. So it's late, but yeah, 1205. If you don't, you can throw the order here right now. Got it. You throw the limit, leave it. Few seconds, you can get it. It's a pretty small stop, so you can take a big chunk, and if it's gonna break the high, it's gonna be a good trade. So, because I was watching coin, but coin already broke the high, so let's hope that Mara is following it. Look at Nvidia, Scott. The buyers came ready today. Each
Yeah.
bar, how much? Yeah, 2 million. Wow, 2 million. See the big three. I'm watching it now in 2 minutes. Almost 2 million in every big green bar. Okay, Mara is in. High of the day at 12:20, 19. Let's see.
Well, I will say this, that nothing like Meta, nothing goes straight up. So there'll be some type of pullback here to possibly get into this thing. Might get the rollover. Now, that NMAX trade, that's going to be interesting. That'll probably, like I said, I like it down under
Okay.
100.
Mhm. Okay, AMD already positive. Nvidia is towards it. I'm gonna watch MU. Maybe something with MU. Let's see, 87, 80.
Q's looking to close the gap here. Again, Dow's down 121, Nasdaq down 50 right now.
MU.
It's always a what if situation. What if, the NCNO would have pulled down the first candle? I would have been long this stock here. And now I kind of just
I
missed
wanna also
the strike.
take. I posted MU. MU over the high. Not a big stop. I'm just watching the her sister and brothers. Some of them already positive, some are towards. The risk reward there is pretty okay. Okay, Mara, guys. Okay, so Mara, right now, if you have the right amount, we are 1.5 risk reward. I'm waiting to see a little bit, but definitely if you feel uncomfortable or whatever, definitely you can take something. I'm watching MU, waiting for MU.
Well, I don't know. We're still lower for the day. Dow's down 158, Nasdaq down 44. I mean, we've improved on what we started with, but still not what I would call recovery. Not with the bad news of Tesla, although Tesla's now got that V bottom recovery working.
Probably it's not the bad news. They got a little bit less delivery, correct?
Yeah, yep,
Yeah. So at least they are doing it better than the other one, no?
yeah, true.
You see in the States a lot of Chinese EV or not?
Where?
In the US, in Florida, you see or not?
Like the Asian community and stuff you're
Yeah.
talking about?
No, no, I mean EV, electric
Oh, Chinese?
cars.
No, no,
Yeah, no.
no, no.
Here, you see like there's no tomorrow, and I don't even know the names. I'm not familiar, like all kind of ridiculous things. I don't know, sure.
I
Probably
just saw a
this.
YouTube video the other day on that about, they came into the U.S. and they brought in like 4 or 5 brands, and they were impressive from what I saw.
What I saw here, just regular. I saw
Right,
Neo. The Neo looks nice. Yeah, the Neo.
right.
But still, you see much more Tesla. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I could have brought it at 21, NCNO. Decided not to. I'm going to wait for this pullback here that I sense is coming here. RKT mark? Yep. It's that Rocket Mortgage, right? Yeah, well. I I would sense that Meta would come down to say maybe 584 or so before it continues on. We'll see what the stock does. Maybe let us get in. Wonder if DVG is still thinking about this here. Let's just see how deep this pullback is here. I'd love to get long something here.
Yeah, we got the pullback exactly when I got into MU and got in, got out. Very simple.
While Rocket Mortgage continuing to run. I don't know if this is the top for Tesla. I do not know. All right, HIMS will be the next one here. Let's take a HIMS trade under 29.50, HIMS. Looking for 50 cents here, so share size will be up. HIMS under 29.50, HIMS. Yeah, let's go here. We'll go to 29.50. No volume really in HIMS. All right, I'm going to scratch the trade. I am not taking HIMS. See if I can take it off of here. Delete the message. Yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. No trade on HIMS for me. Don't like the volume here. I mean, if you're seeing something that I'm not, let me know. Rocket would have been nice. It would have been 17. Yeah, let's take a look at WOOF. I had that in the, there we go, in the pre-market session, that $3 stock. I mean, what are you thinking? 330? You thinking a short, Darren, or are you thinking a long?
You see, it's got the same routine today.
Yeah. Yeah. The I said it in the pre-market. I didn't have a whole lot to go on today, but
Canceling IO and Q. Just broke the stop area, so I'm not interested.
Yeah, NASDAQ down only 19 points now. Woof is just too slow moving for me, I think. You know, PLTR 5 points off the bottom. That's amazing. But a lot of room to go up to 100, right? Yep. Take a look at Apple. Yeah, it'll be interesting here to see what we do. Wow, what if we had that Tesla trade 255 now printing 265, 266? And we just missed the trade, but we just didn't miss the did not miss the way that happened. So just straight up off the bottom. Getting a little heavy here with this big move up. We'll see what happens. Again, Q's right at yesterday's close. This is where you either make or break it.
Why did you sell there in Tesla 265? Why? Give me one good reason. You're in the money, let it grow. Especially when you have like another 2 point or something the close of day yesterday. Why?
NASDAQ trying here, but maybe too little too late here at the top. Waiting for a pullback. Yep. Waiting for something to pull back. Tesla to pull back. NCNO to pull back. CRWV to pull back. Just kind of waiting patiently here. All right, Q's pull back. Now we start fishing here. Let's see if we can grab something.
You need to take partial there and raise your stop and just let the stocks grow. That's it, you know. Because I'm watching Tesla. Good bars, good volumes. Few points from the close, and after that, who knows what's going to happen. So
Yeah, true. Maybe PLTR. Let's see how far that falls.
that's what happened to us, if you remember, on what's her name? 2 days ago, when we traded in the room. I think before almost lunch, there was two triggers that I posted: Tesla and TQQQ. See what they did? Like amazing job, amazing, really. We caught it in the right place, and it's just grow and grow.
Hmm. How about Tesla 264?
Mark, it's not pigs, it's not nothing, Mark. It's just pure way of work. That's it. You know where you stop. You never know where you can go up. That's it, or down if you're short. So we didn't mention not to take in partials. So you have to make at least in a week few bigger trades. These are the things that actually control the P&L, not grabbing few cents. I didn't say half. Sometimes it depends on the time of the day. You can leave a quarter. I've been in trades that even 1/8 that I had was the last was almost full risk unit. So, wow, you have a good data. If you have
Yeah,
500, good for you. Good for
hmm
you. That's great.
super. And then CRWV about ready to take off over 60 now. Come on, Tesla, keep dropping here.
You're shorting it, or you just want to grab it
I
up?
want to grab it. Yep.
Uh, what do you think about roadblocks, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
Did you
what to
see it?
say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I'm going to put it up right now. I had it up earlier.
Let's see the
Yeah,
relevant
it
volume.
looks
I
good.
want, I want to see if it's the relevant volume is. Let's see.
63.
I was thinking about even 60 to 80, but let's see. No, there's not relevant. Um, relevant volume is I want to see if the volume today is bigger. I want to see. I want to trade momentum stocks. So if there's no specific volume, even though it looks good, I prefer not to.
Yeah, I'm just not sure of the market. So when I'm not sure, I'm not going to be jumping in here, right? Long PLTR, Jeff is good for you. Let's put the PLTR trade over here. Just unsure, Amir. Unsure.
Yeah, even PLTR. I wouldn't take it long. Look at this in 5 minutes. It's on the viewer, but it can break, and the next one can be like I can wait like 30 seconds right now to finish this candle, and maybe I can join PLTR, but not before.
Okay, I do have a trade here. I'm going long meta here this morning, 584. And what I'm going to do, traders, is I'm going to limp into the trade. 585 will be the full share size add. We're going to see what we can get here. $0.06 to go here. Meta. Then there's the NCNO trade here. Maybe 2150 nibble. Watch NMAX. I'll tell you what, Amir, if you got it short Go ahead and just close your eyes and short NMAX, and then I'll wake you up at 100. You get 30 points out of it.
I don't want to wake up to a nightmare.
Yeah, that's true too. Very well
When you
put.
close your eyes, you need to open it sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we look like we're doing great here on Meta. Now watch the move over 586. I'm going to try to add one more time here. Yeah, Steve, me too. I don't have them either. I'm just telling you, it's going to be at 100 probably today.
I'm gonna take Roblox. Over 63.
I'm going to join you here on RBLX 63 entry here. Meta's looking good for us. Come on, Meta. Come on, baby. RBLX in. CRWV. Wow, nice, nice, and nice.
Okay, so what I'm doing right now, I'll explain what I wrote. I'm just buying now PLTR half position, like 30 cents stop, under 50, above 86, I'm gonna add. Okay, rod blocks looking good. We were patient. We deserve it, Scott. No?
You got it. You got it. I agree. Let's track for that higher day.
Yeah.
Track Meta over 586.
Okay,
And then we'll have a
so
great day working here.
okay. Some full position in PLTR, rod blocks. Our blocks, I'm waiting to see if we can get to the high. It's a little bit more than 1 to 1, and not enough for me.
Come on.
Okay, we have 40 cent in rod blocks. Looking good.
Yep. Both that and Meta looking great now. RBLX really starting to take off. Could take the top off here.
Yeah, yeah. Just want to see. Just $3.
Okay, I'm going to go long P. The what about PLTR? Are you in that right now?
Yeah, yeah. Average is a little bit like 80 something. 85, 80 something. 85, 70 and add above 86. Okay, PLT, roadblocks looking good. PLTR also looking good. Good. Even looking in the small cap area, Scott, nothing there, dry.
Yeah.
Dry like a desert.
Come on, Meta. Go, baby. Go. Meta RBLX. Long, both long right now.
Yeah, yeah, long. Sorry, Mark. Rick. I was talking about long, above and above. Sorry, I wrote under. No,
25 points to go on the NMAX trade, getting down to 100 like I predicted.
no.
Just
What
to
do you
pat
see
on my
under
back.
50? I said the stop. Like for my first entry, it was like 25 cents, and but it's above.
Come on, Meta. 582 will be my stop. 582.
Look at DJT, Scott. Something going on there.
Yeah, that was all about Trump, actually, I think talking today after the close. Come on, Meta, I need you here. RBLX looking for the top side breakout here. Tesla. Let's pull back here. Let's pull back. We're gonna take some off here, RBLX, and then I'll let the rest run on RBLX, and that's only because my Meta trade's not happening for me here. 582 stop on Meta. Come on. Come on. Nice little bounce on Meta now. I'll take it.
Okay, PLTR did kind of a retest or whatever. Hot blocks looking good. Watching DJT, if it's hold the 19, above 1920, I want to scalp it.
Yep, not much now on Meta, just sitting there. Yeah, CRWV at 60 here looks great. I'm telling you, PLTR. I'm going to post the PLTR trade and take it here. Post the alert on PLTR. I don't think I think Amir's in this as
Yeah, we
well.
are there. We are there. Average 85, 80 something.
I'm going to go in at
Yeah,
86 here.
we added at 86. Yeah,
Yeah,
the stop is very, very clear here.
yep.
Guys, DJT. I want to see it break in 1915.
I'm already in at 80. I mean, right stop will be that 85.50 area, 85.60.
Yeah. DJT is getting close.
Tesla, real big pullback here. Market's still holding up. The Dow is green now by 12 points. NASDAQ down by 28, so we've got a pretty flat day working right now. Yep, still have some RBLX left. CRWV, yeah, I mean, that's what I've been saying, 60. Supported by the VWAP. I mean, the market's really just sitting here right now with the exception of Tesla pulling back.
Still in Roblox, still in PLTR, still in DJT.
Hey, traders, I am back. RBLX, anything under 62.50, I'll be out. And Meta almost came out of this trade, but haven't yet. Hopefully the LTR trade still looking good. I believe DVT is going to come in this afternoon. That's what I think. That's what he said. Stay tuned for that. Come on. Yeah, about 15 cents out of the money PLTR. I have a feeling we're going to be waiting for this one for a little bit. Meta looks like it's about ready to explode and take off, though. Come on, Meta, go. CRWV gets under 55. Could be a good trade there as well. I mean, nothing wrong with PLTR. No, it's being held up by the VWAP line here. Really, the market is the problem. Market is just purely flat right now and doing absolutely nothing. Wow, so slow.
Yeah. It's been a really long time since there was a market like this. Huh? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Really? Years. I'm talking about years. Really.
I don't think you're going to get much of anything here until tomorrow because I think the unknown is what Trump is going to say at 4 o'clock today. Um, Not much else going on.
Still in PLTR and still in DJT. Stop DJT under 1890.
Come on. Yeah, Trump is on today at 4 p.m., right as the market closes, obviously on purpose. Tesla awake out of all RBLX shares. The only thing I have right now is Meta.
Did you get out of PLTR, Scott?
Nope, still in PLTR.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hanging in there. That's all right. I mean, PLTR doing nothing wrong, supported by the VWAP, above the VWAP. Here comes Meta. My target on Meta is going to be 586 over the top on Meta.
No, Rick. I grabbed pathetic partial and I got out in my stop. Yeah, I see what he did. Yeah, I saw earlier, but yeah.
Okay, big move now on PLTR starting to take off, and here's where we get the Meta trade. So Meta, I'm taking it out right here at the 587 area on META. This is going to be a really nice trade for me here. We've added a couple of times on this trade. If you remember back, Meta was the 584 in, and now that 586.50 area. And we'll take the partial here coming up on Meta. That's going to give us 2 points on a full share size trade, which is nice. And then PLTR finally starting to take off here. Market with a nice move higher. Dow almost up 100, NASDAQ up 21 right now. So be patient with the Meta trade. I think there's still some left in the tank here, as we should see 587, and that's where we'll come out of the full share size trade. All right, Amir, a nice turn here in the last couple of minutes.
Don't say nothing, Scott, until we're
Yeah,
gonna get a good, decent partial, because
I
we've
hope
been that
so.
road. Although this is a really good bar, really. We didn't see this kind of bar. Maybe Roblox was okay, also good trade, but good. We won amazing.
Yep.
Not good. Yeah.
Come on, Meta, don't fail us up here. Well, I thought we had it going here for just a moment, but
we can't get two consistent balls, Scott.
yeah,
We
true.
just can't.
Yeah, here we go again on the PLTR trade. Come on, back up over 86.
Scott, look where is CRWV.
Yep, I see it right at
See?
yesterday's close. Yeah,
Yeah. I have to watch it. Maybe it's to a turn right now, so it's much cheaper than to buy it at 60, yeah?
yeah, oh, yeah.
What's the high here? Is 54.25.
Come on, Meta, one more push here so I can get done with this day. Really not doing anything. I'm going to give it about 5 minutes and I'm going to be done for the day.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, good call on the NCNO trademark if you took that. CRWV maybe around 50 now.
I don't know if we're gonna get it 50.
Yep.
I'm gonna finish this 5 minute candle CRWV. $2 stop, which is fine. The high of the day is like 10 points, 53.20. $2 stop. High of the day almost 11, 12 points. So I'm okay with that stop.
Okay, traders, I'm going to call it right there. I don't need to stick around here for this. I'm in the meta trade right now, little PLTR. We'll watch the rest of them here. I think DVG's coming back this afternoon. I will not be back this afternoon. I'm going to be out for the remainder of the day. Meta strong up to 587, and PLTR, if you're tracking it, probably 86.50 is where I'll start to come out of it here. Wouldn't be surprised that NCNO trade that Mark was just talking about looks good up the ladder as well. So stay on. Big thanks to Amir for joining us today. Thank you, my friend.
Thank
And
you, Scott.
hopefully we get this market to bounce here. We'll see what tomorrow has in store for us, as it's going to be all predicated on what Trump does after the bell today at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So I will see everybody then. Everybody have a great rest of your day. God bless you all. Godspeed. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you again. Thanks, Clifton, and the rest of the team. Vincent, take care, bud. See you then.
Bye, Scott. We have a point in the CRWV, not a big deal. Want to see if we can get to the 57 area, get in kind of a 5 point. That's my area for the first partial. And if you have any question, I'm going to be here like a few minutes. I want to see how this CRWV trade will develop. You can ask some question if you want. Trades that you took, whatever. We have 2 points in CRWV. Not enough. Somebody took the CRWV? Hey DVG, what's going on? Okay, guys, we're getting to 3 points in CRWV. What do you mean, Steve? Maybe you have a wrong size? Why should it not today? Some brokers, let's say on the first day, maybe it's not available, but today, yeah. Yeah, I think the buy in that location in CRWV was really nice. You know, sometimes we can give ourselves compliment and basically, don't worry, we can bang our head in the wall if we need to. So, yeah, it's a nice, went all the way back to closing the gap, did the holding candle, and good stops that allow us not to be tight too much. And right now, let's see if we can get 4 points. My first partial, I want to get 5. So it's going to be around the VWAP area. No, no, no. No. No, 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 no. There is. There is stop for that. No. What I saw in DJT, there was the big momentum bars, went back to the 9 plus VWAP side move. I wanted to see if we can actually go at least some of this momentum back. So there was a range, the low of the range, high of the range, that's it. Break the low of the range. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Don't want to see you anymore. So, which is why, you have stops. You don't want to get into ridiculous nightmare. Okay, guys. So, CRWV. Let's see if we can get to the V up and even maybe more. We have the stop in the system, 60, 57 plus is the area for the partial VWAP, and after that, let it grow, hopefully. So, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Ciao.
Well, well, this microphone on. Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. One, two, three. The Bulls are going to lunch. Exactly, Mark. Yeah. Look, I think there's a lot of this run up. I'm not so confident about. Like now they're saying, oh, the reason that Tesla's running up is because Elon's going to be leaving. The inside group within Trump's campaign. I guess he said, like, don't worry, Elon will be leaving soon. Like, look, some of this stuff is just a little too convenient. It feels like getting games played against us. We opened down drastically and then bounced the way we're bouncing now. It feels like we're being manipulated a little bit. So I am still bearish on Meta. So I'm short at 585. I've been hanging on for dear life as it's bouncing around. I've been messing around with a few different put options. I got stopped the first go around. Still watching this 561.20 level on the SPY. I think it's very important, and we're there now. So picked up a couple at 563, at 561, and then as we're passing through those levels, I'll basically get rid of some of that. I get it's kind of one direction where you're losing on a few. It's a different strategy I'm having today, where frankly, like just rolling some of those options is kind of the method I want to use, because I think fundamentally, like, I missed the open today. Unfortunately, I had to go get some stuff done to my foot. And apparently, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this stuff, but you learn something new every day. But apparently, I needed some kind of like sound wave therapy, something rather, that went through my foot. It doesn't feel good. I'll tell you that. They're like, oh yeah, it'll feel like a little, a little stress. And then when they put the thing on there, I'm like, a little stress. No wonder you guys strapped my foot to the table, because I wanted to like start kicking. Because yeah, it didn't feel very good. Anyways, so apparently my foot still hasn't healed appropriately. Too much scar tissue. Blah blah. I mean, what a nightmare. Seriously, unbelievable. But anyways, so I had to take care of that this morning, and yeah, I do apologize. I mean, what a great open that would have been, just to buy the dip. I mean, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? But now I'm trying to sell the rip right now. So I'm literally getting in using options only right now. I'm not even messing around with shares. I tried to get in on Tesla, and thank God we didn't fill in the position. Like, I saw a level, it bounced, moved higher, put my entry in, and then it took off. Thank goodness, because that would have been terrible. But yeah, I mean, feels very like a manipulated market a little bit, which I'm not complaining. That's what you want when you're trading. Trade what you see, not what you feel. Tesla obviously a beast today. Bitcoin futures going nuts today. I think 87,000 is a big level on Bitcoin. Yes, we tried to breach it a few times today. So I'm watching coin, because I know coin 182 is a big level, 182.50 specifically. We got to what, 182.33. So I'm looking at these levels like, all right, if we're gonna start pushing higher, great. But like, I like this little bit of selling right now. People are going to lunch, to your point earlier. I mean, it's hard. Scalping right now is great. And then the off chance you get your runners that pay you, like, again, it's kind of like what I've been doing all week and last week, is like, you get a directional move, cool. Pay yourself, take your partial, let the runners go, take a few more when it moves, and then, because you never know, you look up the next second and we're down 1%. It's wild. So it's great if you're, taking your trades, taking your shots. But like for Meta right now, I'm looking at 582. If I get below 582, maybe even 583, we'll see. If we break that level, I may add to this position, hold it a little bit longer, because I'm looking for a break under 578. That's where I really want it to be. I'll probably take a partial in around that 578 area, 578 and a half. But yeah, I'm definitely, today, I am for sure bearish before I'm bullish, and I get that there was a bullish move this morning, but remember, we opened negative. We closed the gap. SPY is technically up right now, you know, what, 84 cents or 0.15%. Right on the run up. Wow, what a bullish run. It's worth noting we are in a bull market in a downtrend. Like someone was trying to say, like, we're not in a bear market yet, whatever. And I'm like, I get it. Technically, we're in a bull market, but we are for sure in a downtrend. And if we start breaking some of these levels again, like this 561.20, I really am like nervous. That might be the highs of the year. Like that's it, game over. I hope I'm wrong. But that's kind of where my head's at. Cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. You know, it's your money. Do whatever you want. But that's kind of what my trades are reflecting that. And then on top of that, I'm also keeping a close eye on, obviously at 4 o'clock, we'll hear. I thought we were going to have it out today at 3. Apparently Trump's like, no, we're going to have that. I'm making the call outs, right? So here we go, right? 4 o'clock is going to be, I think, where we see either markets explode to the upside or completely crumble. And as traders, like this is an opportunity. I get it. For some of you guys, maybe you want to YOLO and, think markets going straight up or straight down or whatever. That's why this is a tough business. You're literally putting your own hard-earned dollars at risk. And, right now today, I have a small red day. Obviously, this move on Meta is helping, but it's a small red day for me though so far. And that could easily turn green or more red. So given that I'm bearish right now, we're moving pretty aggressively to the upside. The good news is Meta is moving down. I'm not taking a partial again until I see a break under that 580. My target's going to be 578. There's a nice move right there on Meta. Beautiful. Anyway, so let's see. Let me check out the comments here, y'all. Give me just a second. Let's see. When did I rock up here? There we go. Looks like the Bulls are going away from lunch. There we go. AG1, you're good. Cool. All good. Sounds good. Okay. 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure what you mean. The cost. Still watching Crowdweave 57-ish over the VWAP. I've been there. Had a foot in back in mid 80s. I still use an insert in my shoe. Yeah, you know what? That's what they're trying to say, Mark, for me now. They're saying I got to get these. So I've had, what are those called? Like those inserts, whatever. And, but I would say they're like they're not professional grade, but I bought them at like a running shoe store, not like Dr. Scholl's stuff. Like I actually had them laser fitted and all that stuff. And I don't know, they were just kind of uncomfortable, but because I was trying to get into running, which I've got bad knees to begin with, but it was like, all right, like maybe we change that and just, we'll start running. Anyway, I spent all this money on the shoes and the inserts and all stuff. And just, is what it is. So I was like, well, at least I can go, for a walk or jog or go for hikes. You know what I mean? And then the next thing you know, I'm like talking to these guys and they're saying, I got to get these, like I literally got to like lay down instead of standing up and have them like scan your foot and do all this stuff. And they're like $800. Like, man, you what? Good times. Might be, it's a mess. Yeah, it is. These markets are just ridiculous. Do you think Tesla's short from here? Thanks, Stan. Look, Tesla's dangerous, man. Obviously, depends. Obviously, look at this huge spike. So, because apparently some, Trump insider overheard him say that Tesla or Elon's leaving soon from the Doge, or being at the side of Trump. So investors are looking at that as like a great thing, guys. Here comes my move on Meta. Yay! Getting ready to take a partial on Meta, guys. Look at this move. Woohoo! Bingo! Yes. Partial coming. What a beautiful move. News on TikTok. Wow. Target was that 578 print. We got there. I got paid. Thank you. That was nice. That's nice when that happens. We still got a position there. Quick 2,500 bucks. That was cool. Terrible bounce though. Like what the hell? What the heck is this? Excuse the language. This is part of the reason you take partials. Like again, I'd love to see more to the downside, but SPY's peaking, Qs are peaking. Like everything seems to be like being bought up. But these are the like it's just games, guys. Like it's kind of terrifying. Like if you're not getting paid on your positions, like you can get run over in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? So again, we got our 578 initial target. Huge, guys. 7 points on meta for a partial. And now I'm letting the rest run. Like let's see what happens. So yeah, I would be careful on Tesla just because Tesla's a favored nation right now amongst everything that's out there. Like that's crazy. Look at that. So we dropped down to 576 on meta, and now we bounced back to 581. What? Like 5 points just in the same candle? That's so wild. And now we're moving higher. Horrible. We finally get the break and again, get paid a little bit. But man, that's awful. Bounces 7 points out of nowhere. Wow. Still hanging on though. I mean, I think we're going to test that 585 area again. And then let's go explore what 578 looks like again. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just start to push higher. And that's terrible for my short positions with these put options. AG's looking at NVIDIA over 110 and MSTR with 315. Sure. I mean, yeah. I don't like MSTR just in general. Not that I have anything against Michael Saylor or anything. I think great advocate for Bitcoin and all that stuff. I think a lot of what he talks about makes sense. However, taking your company that was a arguably somewhat failing software company, and then leveraging that to then almost stage a new way to finance debt in your company by leveraging that in Bitcoin. Like I just think it's like the ultimate gamble. I suppose is kind of what I look at MSTR as, you know what I mean? As a company, like forget the stock for a minute, but just as a company. So it's the first time that's ever really been done. Now you hear like GME trying to do stuff like that. So for me, it's a little bit more, I've shorted it. I've tried to short it a few times. 320 is a big level. 340 is a big level. And every time I just managed to get either a couple points or get zapped, meaning like it moved against. So definitely trade it carefully because it is a big mover. It is very volatile. So if you are taking trades, obviously you can make a ton of money, lose a ton of money. It is what it is. Your money, do what you want. Hence the disclaimers. So I'd be careful with MSTR for sure, though. And then coin, I'd say, coin's similar from volatility, but maybe a little more, it can move a point or two versus MSTR can move like 7 points out of nowhere. Kind of like what Meta just did, right? Dumping 1% in the blink of an eye, and then it just immediately gets bought up. Like that to me is like horrible. Like that should have never happened. That the continuation should have gone, on Meta. And it still can happen, but like right now we're bulls are trying to show up and say like, hey, we don't want markets to crash. We don't want markets to crash. We don't want markets to crash. But then like to flex like that and then push down to 576 and bounce to 583 on Meta, like that's terrible. Terrible. Let's see. So NVIDIA over 110. It sounds like you're pretty bullish, AG, which is, again, I get it. But again, worth noting, we just turned positive on the Qs. We just turned positive on SPY. I'm 50-50. So, right now I'm kind of bearish a bit. But I know many of you guys are bullish right now. So I don't know. Like everything right now is kind of 50-50. I get we're near the highs of the day. Do we start selling off maybe, or do we break out? I don't know. Like I don't really see anything that I'm absolutely loving to take the trade on at the moment. Tesla can easily break out. We pushed 282, 281 today. Just looking around, I don't love any particular stock right now, or trade, or setup for that matter. In fact, Meta I finally got the move, and now what I'm watching or looking at, I hate it. This is terrible. We're like right back at my entry. The good news is we took a partial, but bad news is like how did that not continue? I don't know. It just feels like nonsense, if you ask me. That's okay though. Doesn't matter how I feel. It matters what markets are doing. Like I used a fib retrace on Meta, and that 585.16 is the actual number on the fib at the 0.786 level. And so like the fact that we were approaching that, just dancing around it all day, I was feeling okay about my position. It moved, slightly against for a little bit, which is fine. Then we got our partial, but now technically I've got still some runners, and it's awful to see them like basically worthless. And just a moment ago, they were worth a nice chunk of money. So, that's what it is. SPY's level yesterday, 563. Like, so the fact that we're like hanging out up here at 563 tells me like bulls aren't, they may not give up today. And so maybe they're looking at Meta as like a good deal because it just dropped to whatever, 576 and found buyers. I don't know. I think we sell off. That's just me personally. Into the close at some point. So when that happens, I don't know. Maybe it's at 320, 330, 340, 355. I don't know. Because on the one hand, the argument I think for the bullish side of things is if everybody has to pay tariffs, and it is, let's just say, a global tariff. I get there's uncertainty, but let's just play the game of hypotheticals. So if everyone has to pay the same tariff, that means prices of everything goes up. Therefore, revenues go up. I'm saying just more broadly in markets, in companies. But margins go down, which means earnings are worse. You follow what I'm saying? So on the one hand, you have a bigger revenue, so you're going to probably beat in revenue, which is usually a moving or forcing function to move markets higher. But margins go down, and then more than likely your operating costs are going to go up. So that'll probably have an even bigger impact on OpEx. And I'm just saying more broadly, I don't care what the industry is. So that's one way of looking at it, that, hey, revenues are going to be higher, bullish sentiment, go baby go, run it. We'll buy these companies at a cheaper, quote unquote, price. That's one narrative. The other narrative is what I just mentioned. There's literally vendor management teams within big companies that are responsible for any kind of force majeure event. Let's say, for example, like a hurricane or earthquake or something like that. But that vendor management team is in place to make sure that if something happens that has an impact on those vendors, regardless of what it is in your supply chain, that there's a way to pivot and move away from that. And I'm not talking about traditional like procurement vendor management. I'm talking about like there are teams specifically in supply chain that are designed to do that, right? So think of like if you have to buy steel, if you have to buy gold, whatever. So that entire supply chain will be disrupted. 100%. That will get disrupted. And the reason is that there's certain companies that you can't afford to not do business with. That just happens. So you're going to have to eat that cost. But if it's a, 20% on this, 30% on that, 15% on that versus one country versus the other country, now you have to look at exposure and understand fundamentals on every single company that you're invested in. I'm talking like in a book, right? Which many of these folks have already done that. So a lot of these analysts, a big reason why I think there was a selling happened recently in Wyckoff. Again, this is just an opinion, not advice. But for me, it would appear that like, okay, they're trying to evaluate each company in that process. Like, let's de-risk portfolio. Let's understand who has exposure to what economies, to what market, and at what level. Get the analysts on it, and then buy the ones that are least exposed to those countries that might have that particular exposure, right? So with that, the negative effect is on supply chains. Supply chains are one of the most expensive parts of any company. So you talk about margins having a problem. Now you're going to have to run up your costs, which inherently, break down or destroy your margins, but also impact maybe the quality of good that you're now having to sell at a higher price that now a consumer or end customer won't want to pay because maybe it's not as good of a product as it was before, yet it's more expensive. So in my mind, that could take a while to unravel and unload or reveal itself, which I think is likely going to happen unless there's easing, which I don't think Trump would be opposed to. And I say easing meaning like, hey, you get tax benefit if you make it here in the US, blah, blah, blah. Like we already seen that happening with like Tesla, right? They're saying like, hey, if you buy a car that's made in the US and you pay an interest payment on that of any kind, like maybe it's up for a tax write-off. Like what? Like, that's never happened before ever. But it is common to use a lease for a write-off if it's used for business. So he's like going, hey, if you finance it, use it for a tax write-off. And that helps the average consumer that's maybe not a business owner. So just kind of an interesting way of looking at things. Well, that tax income is actually helping, everyday folks, but not so much, the government side of the house. So just really kind of some interesting stuff. Again, when you look at the macro, the micro, the fundamentals, side of things that I get it. CNBC is talking about it. CNN's talking like to a certain extent, but no one's really talking about the impact of, again, supply chains, margins, et cetera. And then more importantly, which companies specifically have exposure in each segment, because then they can just run a model on everything that they own based on whatever is announced. Like, okay, Canada's getting a 25%, China's getting a 25%, Mexico's getting a 30%, like whatever the number is, they can literally just throw that model into the system and it could identify like now, okay, well, we know Tesla has this much exposure in Mexico, this much exposure in Canada. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'll shut up now, but you got an accountant. All right, cool, Mark. Right on, man. Good luck. Wow, Rick. Yeah, that's just it. 90 minutes, small range, dropped $1. 2 minutes, stopped you out. Next candle and up to 220. Yeah. I mean, you saw it happen live right here with Meta. That sucks. Sorry, it's frustrating. It really is. You see, I get the drop. Luckily, I took a partial. Luckily, now I'm like, well, should I just dump the whole position? And now that we're back, now technically I'm red on the trade by 15 cents. Like that's terrible. All that to say, like, look, bulls aren't playing around today. They are propping up these markets, no doubt. And it's like the speed at which it happens is even more terrifying. Like if I wasn't watching right in that moment, I would have never known that happened because we're right back to the same level. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting move on Meta now. I might throw the rest of this position away. I'm not mad that I made some money on it, but this is just, that's disgusting. Okay. I mean, I don't mind hanging on a little bit more, but that's absurd, truly. And if we continue to move higher, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait till 3:30. I don't need to force a trade right now during lunch. But yeah, that meta trade definitely hurt. And then what's even worse is like the SPY moved. I didn't take a partial because I saw we got under 561.20 and I thought we are going to continue the move. And now I'm literally back to even on this trade as well. That's all right. If I go red on any of these trades, I'm just, I'm red right now a little bit on this meta trade, but I'll just dump these put options on the SPY if it continues, and I'll revisit it in a couple hours. Like, the good news is, again, as traders, like, this is not a bad thing to have this level of volatility. The bad news is if you're not paying attention and you're not paying yourself, like you saw it live happen right now on Meta. I mean, thank goodness we got paid, but I'm just so frustrated that like we finally got the move, and we are now we've bounced 10 points, 2%, guys, off that move lower. So we move down 2% and then we recover 2% in 10 minutes. Like, that's not, I mean, it's not good to be bear right now. I'll tell you that. Look at Qs are breaking out. SPY's about to break out. I mean, people are just buying everything. And that's, hey, I'm on the wrong side of the trade. That's okay. I'll get out of the way. I don't want to buy the highs though. I don't want to do that. Anyways, listen, y'all trade safe. I'll probably be back around 3 o'clock or so. I'm going to, just take a little break here, which is totally fine. Luckily, meta trade worked out. I'm going to keep these runners on. I don't know. I mean, let's maybe put them up there at 590. Like, I could, take some away, but I'm not going to give back what I made today. Do you know what I mean? The SPY looks like it's about to break out. I'm not going to fight it. The Qs are moving higher. I will probably dump this SPY position any second so that I can go enjoy a little break and then come back at 3. Your mind is gone, Michael. Okay. Why is that? I mean, I can't believe that the buy the dip mentality has worked for, like, I get it, the last several years. I am just terrified that, so that move, let's say, that happened on Meta, imagine that happens on the SPY and the Qs at the same time, along with every other name in the sector. I mean, I don't think at some point when no one's buying the dip, and I say no one, like the institutions, and it's just retail traders buying the dip, that's when we have big sell-offs in the market. And those are really hard to time. You know what I mean? Like, it's usually big, terrible events, I'll probably close out this SPY position, y'all. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it right here. I don't want to wait for it to break out even further. So done with that. Let's see. Meta we still keep. And then, yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on markets. I'm not really eager to jump into anything right now and take any more, random losing trades for the sake of just getting whipsawed. I mean, we're not really trading directionally right now. I get there's a trend that, we bounced off the bottom today, so you could argue like, oh, it's an uptrend, but we're still in a downtrend. We put in a double top yesterday, and then you could argue, did we put in a double bottom this morning? I mean, I don't. This is not technical. This is just like sloppy, if you ask me. So for us to push this high off those lows, like we sold, what is this, from 563, down 1.5%, and we've completely closed that gap on the SPY. I mean, it feels like someone's covering up something, you know what I mean? So, look, I'll be back around 3, but I'm just going to go take it easy, have myself a little sandwich, you know what I mean? Enjoy a little lunch, but hopefully some of y'all will be back around 3 o'clock, and I'll see you guys then. Cheers. All right, Joe. How we doing? You can hear me okay, hopefully. Uh, I'm watching The Spy again specifically. I'm also kind of bummed. I got stopped out on my meta trade, which really is now frustrating to see it come back to like my entry, but it is what it is. It was a trade, not a, you know, longer term position. I am considering several options right now, coin specifically, MSTR as well, and also the SPY. So 56431 is the level in which during the election, call it like the Trump pump or whatever, the election pump. We breached that today, like big time, up to 567. I've been watching it, trying to get in again for these put options. I'm considering the 563s for tomorrow, but they're pretty expensive. I have a feeling we're going to pull back into the close. So I'll probably grab a couple again. We'll try again, but red day for me, kind of a tough day, just getting whipped around. That meta trade really, I'm glad I was able to take a break, but that was really frustrating to be up, a significant amount of money for a partial and then to have it literally run me over and have to give back, even any part of that gain was just troubling. All that to say though, is starting to feel more and more like we tested a level, we pushed higher, and now we're rejecting this 564.31 on a big push, big volume. Looked almost like a buy block in a dark pool, and now we're selling off. So I'm in these put options right now. We're up like maybe $300. But I'm not taking really any shares right now, just because, being up $300, you could be down $1,000 pretty quick on put options. And if the few put options I had earlier today, we got ran over on most of them, so they hit my stops. But it's horrible, right? Like I'm not up to trade a whole ton today, just because of again, my position is to aim for put options for lower move. MSTR, I'm actually looking at getting in as well here, maybe a small share size, about 100 shares or so. But a day like today, I mean, look, I've been doing this a really long time. It can mess with your confidence. It can mess with your thought process, right? So it's just sizing, patience, especially if you're swinging and missing like I have today. I get it. Like I missed the upward move in the morning, which is unfortunate because it would have been nice to buy the dip. We put on like a golden cross early this morning on a 5-minute. I mentioned that yesterday. Like, could we do it? But we actually put in a death cross this morning on the SPY, only to have a golden cross put in right around that, I don't know, about 10:30 time frame. So now we're inverting again to get another death cross, which could be interesting. But the big thing is like 564.31 is the level I'm watching on the SPY as an area of, basically the Trump pump, election pump that we saw previously. So anything overhead above that is kind of all, we'll say, from that election decision, which was a pretty aggressive move to the upside. So there's no question we can totally just do a rip the face off type rally, which is why for me, I'm not using a ton of shares in this position, because it's easier to buy, put up, let's just say 3,000-4,000 at risk versus a way bigger chunk, to be short, let's say, for example. So MSTR, I'm watching it right now, this 307 level. I may just see if I can get a market order on it and then give it probably 4 points of bounce of that 310. I'll see what it does here. I'm not in the trade just yet, but I'm watching it because we're right at the close now. And if we start breaking the close, I may just get in. I just don't want to see it bounce to 310, which on a day like today, I wouldn't be surprised, which is what is kind of making me a little gun shy to make a trade here. Anyhow, what are you guys watching? What are you guys looking at? Obviously, decision coming out here in less than 2 hours on these tariffs, and we'll see kind of the market reaction. I'll be watching that likely live Not sure if it makes sense to, maybe we'll just leave that open for members only in the community. But we shall see. Can you guys hear me? I don't see anybody in the chat. DD, cool. Dan, awesome. All right, cool. Yeah, just making sure. So I'm watching MSTR right now. I might be open to take another meta trade. I don't know. I just after making a ton of money and then getting stopped out, I'm like a little reluctant. So maybe I'll take a smaller position, but I don't know. It may not even make sense. I'll probably just keep MSTR on the radar here for now. All right, I'm gonna try here. That's a terrible fill. $306.13 is where I got in. Small size. If we break the close, I'll add. So MSTR, I'll post it. Small size. And then, like I said, I've got those put options. Let's see. Michael, you're here. Cool. Right on. Yeah, I mean, the good news is like these put options are working out. It's what's terrible though is like on the one hand, like right now, I'd love to just add, but we're like just under the 200 on the SPY, approaching the VWAP on the SPY. Like, but the reality is I might have to take a partial, being up like $600 right now. It's like, okay, do I take what, 5 of them off? Okay. But like, that would still keep me red on the day. But I feel like right now, like the only thing I can do well is like scalp, you know what I mean? Because these markets are just brutal right now. They're like, oh, hey, look, let's move it 12 points out of nowhere. What? The good news is that volatility, again, if you're in the move and you're trading appropriately, you're taking your partials, great. Like right now, I am thinking this run up was almost like an ABCD pattern, except in theory, we ran into that election, we'll call it zone on the SPY, which is also that zone on the Qs. Like they kind of share that same region. And we got above there, we started pushing, and then we saw selling, and then we saw a retest of that level, and it's kind of become a ceiling. Now, if we start running up into that, I might get bullish. So I may dump these put options and buy call options, but then now I'm in this whipsaw game. So I'm trying to, like, my narrative today was bearish, missed the run up. So I was like, okay, let's see if I can find a level. 561.20 I know is a level. Try to get a couple put options. We got ran over. I'm not going to hang on forever, right? 563, another level. It worked at first, then I got ran over. So I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. It totally can. But at this point, like, I'm going to put my stop literally at my entry. So worst case, it's a zero sum trade, which would make me a little upset. But at this, like a day like today, I wouldn't be surprised. Just, you got to be a little patient on this stuff. Again, 564.31 on the SPY if you're watching that. Like Tesla looks like it's going to break out any minute. It's just looking for the Qs to show a glimpse of hope, and it's going to take off again. Up here at 283 and change. So that might be a long position. MSTR now moving slightly against. That's okay for now. But it's like, I don't know. Maybe I've got it all backwards. This buy the dip mentality is just prevalent. It's everywhere. Everyone's buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And I don't know. I could be wrong. Like I said, we talked a little bit about the bullish and bearish narratives on the tariffs. I'm sure there's way more, plenty of perspectives, right? But at least how I see it, margins will be impacted for every company, period. And especially if you have, like, I'm keeping an eye on XLI right now, which is industrials. And I don't know, I might consider a short long term on this thing. In fact, I'll probably look at some options that go out to, actually, let's do that right now. Let's put them out till the 17th of April. 25th is a little too much on the premium, so no thanks. 130s. 129? No, 130. 130s are $1.30. So $1,300. I'll grab 10 of those on XLI. That's the 17th. Oh, good. We got a better entry. Sweet. MSTR. What to do here? Do I add or do I just leave it be? I'm just worried this buy is going to turn around here, move higher along with the Qs. You got Tesla that literally is just waiting to break out. Which, I mean, you guys tell me. You've got horrible deliveries. Stock ends up down, what, 3% today? Pre-market? Something like that? 3-4%? Let me look. Oh, even more. Like 5%. And now we're up 5%. So 10% round trip. That's crazy. Yeah, you know what, Michael? I feel like I got to do the same thing right now, man. Honestly, like, I just try to inch my way into a green day, because right now I'm red. It happens. You know, I'm not happy about it. You know, consider we took a beautiful partial, $2,500 banked on Meta, only to have, you know, give back like $800. That sucks. I mean, basically all the put options that I took, you know, gave it a little bit of wiggle room. But like each one, I don't know, probably about $400 or so per. So just on like the 3 put option trades it took today, down like $1,200. You know what I mean? So like it burns a little, is all. And it happens. So when you're feeling like that frustration or whatever, like I felt like on Meta, it's, for me, I just get up for a while. I mean, I was keeping an eye on markets, but I'm not trading. I'm get away from the screens, you know, have a cup of tea, hang out, just, you know, see what's what. And then, you know, at 565, I was interested in put options on the SPY, but it, you know, we were putting in constant new high, new high, new high, new high. So what happens? What do we move to VWAP and then bounce? Great. Well, then I take some off here. In fact, I'll probably take 5 of them off. I can always add 5 more, but I'm going to take 5 of them off, bank a few $100. There we go. MSTR is like basically at my entry. And the reality is, like, again, 320, I know it's a level. Look what we got up to today. It was like, what, 319 and change. So I wanted to short it up there. But again, like, we were pushing so dynamically to the upside that for me to jump in front of that, you know, does it run me over and go to 330? I don't know. It's happened to me a few times. So that would have been nice. And then literally been able to get out right where I'm getting in. Go figure. All right, so this is probably where we're going to find buyers, and then who knows what happens, but I'm counting on this, a legitimate leg lower. And if we do, we have an official bear market forming, because we will have broken the uptrend, the momentum, and a ton of big key levels, but we're running into literally some of the biggest news of the year, right? You can argue some of the employment data or job data was, you know, a little better than expected, but I don't know. Job openings wasn't that great. All right, I'm gonna take another 2 off on the SPY here in a minute. I'm watching it right here at this VWAP. I'd love for it to break, and then I can add, but I don't know. Not gonna fight it today. Let's see. Will the market run up before knowing about tariff news? I don't know what that means, Didi. Let's see. I've scalped my way out of $4,000 loss to $100,000 loss. So I have for the strategy. Yeah, cool, Michael. Hey, that's cool, man. Again, something like you don't want to overtrade it in like revenge trade, right? I mean, like it's literally you're taking like I took this trade on the put options really because I saw the rejection at 564.31, and then once we broke the 200, I'm like, okay, well, we got from the 200 to the VWAP, and we're pretty close. So I'm taking some off now just to preserve capital. If we really start to scoot, yeah, then maybe I can, add again to the position. But given right now, I've taken a few trades that haven't worked out. It's not so much that I'm reluctant to take a trade. That's not it. It's more of a preservation of capital, risk management, whatever you want to call it. And if I am getting into positions, even like this MSTR position, it's a small size, versus going in and like trying to, get 4 or 5 points out of a trade and then risk 4 or 5 points if it goes wrong. And right now, I've had 3 trades that wiped out. Normally 3 strikes, I'm out. But in a day like today, I'm trying to find a decent value for like put options, basically. Near at the money, rejection of key levels, so on and so forth. And it's hard to do that with, especially when you're trying to go lower and the markets are pushing higher, because clearly there could be a violent shove to the upside. So yeah, the only trouble I have with Tesla is it's front run news a little bit. I mean, you could argue like Tesla's also been a $500 stock recently. So it's like 50% discount right now. You know what I mean? So there's that way to look at it, but they had horrible deliveries. And then the news is that supposedly according to folks in the Trump office that Elon's going to be leaving, AKA going back to the business. Is that a rumor? Is that real? Was that to get a pump on Tesla before tariffs? I don't know. Like it's an interesting game that's being played when you take into account media, market profiles, headlines, so on and so forth. The good news is the XLI trade is immediately working, which is nice. But I have those put options out till the 17th of April. So if it moves in favor at 130 strikes, if we break 130 and I see a nice premium, I'll take it. So that's going to be a little more of a long-term trade for me. And obviously if it pushes higher because of tariffs, then, I lose $1,200. White House says Musk's not leaving. Oh, I heard that he was. Did I miss that? Amazon's surprise bid for TikTok is U.S. ban threat looms, which that's coming out Friday, by the way. The time frame is Friday for TikTok acquisition. So whether that happens or not, I mean, Trump made a comment that he's willing to extend it if participation is there and there's a lot of interest, so on and so forth. So who knows what that may or may not mean. This meta trade, though, guys, I'm telling you, it happens to the best of us, and incredibly frustrating. In a way, I'm happy you guys got to see that live, but in another sense, I don't want to say it's heartbreaking, but it's just, we nailed the trade. We were patient with the trade. We didn't get out of the trade even though it was moving against, because if it went up to like 590, then that for sure would have dumped the position. But we got in, held on, and then made a couple $1,000 only to give back $800. Like, what? You know what I mean? That's just that'll get you. Okay, we're at the VWAP, guys. I'm going to take another 3 off here on these 563 puts because they do expire tomorrow. I'll take some off right here in just a moment. We're at the VWAP now. Let's see. All right, we're just over $5. Sure. Okay. So got out a couple more of those. Again, in a normal situation, I'd want to add there, but because we've been bouncing off of the 200, we've been bouncing off to 55. We've been like, we just took off from the beginning of the day. We didn't even like test VWAP or anything. We literally just pushed. It was a full push. Like, oh, is that a key level? We're going. We're on our way. So by the time I was getting in, it was like trying to protect those zones. And as soon as they broke above them, I'm like, well, that didn't work. Next. Right? So let's see. Fox News front page. Okay. Right on, Dan. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that. I mean, if that's the case, then too, like think about the run up that just happened on like when that news came out initially, we were at 267. Now we're at 280. So could it pull back? Sure. You know, actually, I may consider shorting that and give it like a 1.5. 279. I mean, this is not even a key level, so it's hard to short this thing. 280 maybe, but everything's aiming lower right now, guys. Qs are at the VWAP. SPYs at the VWAP. It's protecting the VWAP. Oh, I see. Right on, Michael. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. According to Michael, it's he has to get out of Doge as a special government employee at 130 days. He thinks. Or he can stay on as an advisor. Okay. Cool. And this is why we take some off, you know, get paid on the way. You know, one of these days, though, I would love to be one of these, like, you know, I've had some amazing options trades. Let's not make any mistake about it. But one of these days, you know, I'm hoping to nail one of these things, like for a big old chunk of change. You know, that would be awesome. And I might make 1,000, maybe 2,000 on an option position, but it would be great one day to come up on, like, you know, $500,000. You know, I get it. We all kind of fantasize about something like that, but there have been numerous occasions where I'm in an options position and, you know, I just get out too early, and would have paid royal. But I don't play the coulda, shoulda, woulda game. But I do keep an eye on my journal, so tracking that, it's important. AG, I don't think, like, a lot of what I'm sharing right now, like, there's options can be, it's a different strategy. So predominantly options are used as hedges, you know, for, I'd say the big institutional traders for the most part. Now, granted, there are full-blown options traders that, you know, just help in the advent of being a market maker, you know. So make no mistake, there are definitely pro options traders. As far as teaching strategies, that's a whole nother, you know, can of worms, so to speak, where you can get really sophisticated with some option strategies depending on what you're trying to do. A lot of times you guys hear me taking options. I'm basically treating it as if I'm taking shares, but instead of taking shares, I'm just buying usually naked options. I'm typically not doing spreads. Unless, like, a day like today would be the perfect day for a spread, in my opinion, just because you can say, hey, look, if the price stays within this zone, I'm going to collect X amount of premium, risk this amount, right? Like, so you're looking at those types of strategies. However, for me right now, like the naked calls, naked puts right now, like for me, it adds an opportunity to mitigate my overall, costs into a trade. We're getting the break now on MSTR finally, guys. XLI working beautifully. Again, we had that out till the 17th. But understanding Greeks and all that other fun stuff, like that's something, I don't know, maybe we could do on like a Saturday or Sunday session or something like that. But it's, the trouble is like options can be very, like you can interpret them differently. Guys, we're getting a nice break in the market right now. SPY options are working great. I'm actually going to add 2 more. So we'll have 5 now. Oh no, shoot, I took 3 off. I'll add 3 more then. So I'll have 5 total. This was the break I was hoping would happen way earlier today. And now it's happening. And the problem is I'm in, like, I'm not out of position, but let's see if I get a bigger break here on MSTR. I'm not going to worry too much about it. It's a small position, but we've got an hour and a half. Trust me, markets can move to the high of day at this point, given what we've seen demonstrated this morning. So don't be eager to get short if we are literally aiming lower. If you haven't gotten in, if you're looking to go short, maybe wait for a bounce. Cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice. But yeah, an incredible display from the bulls today. Part of me makes me suspect a little bit, where kind of what we talked about. Like, look, if they run up markets and prices move higher, they're in position. Does it make sense? Like they're in position to benefit, that if this is a good thing, boom, they just keep the markets moving higher. The flip side is a lot of these guys got in, like say, for example, Meta, I know 577 is a big level, which is why I put 578 for my partial. If you guys remember that, in case, we ended up going to like, I think 576.25 or something like that, and then just ran it straight up. But knowing these levels and trying to get in, ahead of them, for me is like helping to take some of the profits, right? But again, watching SPY 561.20, I know is a level. Look, we just bounced off of it. At 561.10 was the previous low that we put in. At what time was this? 11:50-ish. So if this level holds, we could easily just keep running it straight up. But if we start breaking that level, well, then let's see what the bottom looks like. And the good news is like this run up. So let's say, for example, your big fund, and you go, hey, we got to put in another 200 million and reduce our dollar costs so that we could sell off a big portion of our position to then do window dressing, etc., into the next quarter. Like Exhibit A, this is what it feels like today. You have a straight run up, 45-degree angle. That's not retail money, that's institutional money. So I'd argue it's even sharper than that. And then look at the sell-off. It's consistent, right? So if we're seeing buyers step in at some of these levels, maybe that's retail traders, maybe that's people that shorted up at the top today and they're just covering a little bit. But if we start breaking below this, 561 or 560.80 level, then yeah, maybe we actually see a new session low today before the tariffs. I don't know. Let's see. Let me read the comments here. Give me a sec. Can you teach trading? You never know. We might pull up Mayor Barack trade one of these. Yeah, Miguel, for sure. Yeah. I just don't. The reality is, look, like, I'll be candid. Like, I'm okay with taking whatever it is. I don't care if it's $100. Like for me, a green day is a green day. But if you guys remember, I'm trying to be, like, for me personally, to make this like a profession where I can be like, wow, man, I did it. it will require me to make several $1,000s a day, average, and it's totally doable. But the reality is I may not be as aggressive as some traders that they'll go and have a 50K day, 27K day, 300K day, whatever, because they're YOLOing a trade. Like for me, I look at levels, intermediate, scalp, get my points, pay myself on the way. It's proven for me to be like a, profitable trading strategy, but no doubt. I mean, there's many times I miss out on like a way bigger trade because I'm not willing to hold on for, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, whatever. So maybe one day. I am Vikas, yeah. I didn't take a partial. We had that dip down to like 304, whatever. It's just the big reason is it's a small size for me. So if it starts turning and burning to the upside, I'll just get out of the way. But like I was really hoping for a break under 300. I know that seems like a lofty goal, but if we're going to see a downturn, then that's where we should end up on MSTR. SPY now trying to push above 562 again, showing some strength. Don't love that. Very gross. I wonder, I wouldn't be surprised, but I wonder if they know, say, for example, certain order flow, if you're able to see order flow, if you can detect just based off of, where those trades actually get filled from, if they can literally go, oh, we know that, there's 100,000 shares of retail traders that are short, boom, run them over. You know what I mean? There comes MSTR. Maybe I should have taken it when it dropped down to 304. I'll hang on, but not much longer. I don't want to wait till 310. So 308.80, I'll be out, which it looks like it's going to happen any second. The big thing too is like for those that missed out on this 567 because maybe they went away for lunch, and they come back and see the markets are down and they missed out on their opportunity to dump some of their position. Maybe they run it up again so they could dump it again. I don't know. Like this is a day where retail traders like us can really get in trouble because institutions can buy and hold a lot longer than we can. So all the more reason why, minimize your losses if you can, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Sizing, trade management, cue the disclaimer, right? Oh, AG, I can't give advice, man. Like at the end of the day, I would suggest if you there's people that specialize in like equity traders from a tax perspective. You'll definitely want to talk to them because there's a whole separate way of looking at that. Guys, I'm gonna just dump this MSTR. Small loser again. Like this is so frustrating. Is what it is. Instead of going short, I should just go long, I guess. But I just refuse to buy like MSTR spike, almost like putting in a head and shoulder, and then now maybe completing the shoulder. Maybe get another chance to shorten it again. I don't know, but. I can afford that loss. That one's okay on MSTR. My remaining put options on the SPY now are literally at break even. So if we start to move higher, I may just get out of the way of that as well. I mean, we're right at 200. So I'm going to be patient and see if we reject that. The trouble is 564.31. That's the level I'm nervous about. That's the Trump pump zone from the election. So I'm kind of hoping we reject the 200 right now, aim lower, break through the VWAP, retest that to basically the close, and then fail. But perhaps wishful thinking. Perhaps wishful thinking. Look at MSTR now. Glad I got out of the way of that. Jeez, gross. And now my XLI trade is break even. I mean, granted, I have more time on that, so that's okay. And like I said, trade what you see, not what you feel, right? Like I think this is going to have pretty negative impact on markets. I shouldn't say markets, but on, I'd say, the average person. But markets look forward. And like I said, if you're looking at this as, hey, everyone's got to pay 20%, well, that just means that everything just got more expensive, and everybody's going to feel the heat, which means the numbers are going to be bigger. So when you report your revenue, you're not going to have $1 billion. You're going to have $1.2 billion. You know what I mean? 20% uplift in revenue. In theory, doesn't always work quite like that, but you know. So yeah, AG, definitely reach out to, like, you can find them. Just maybe Google one nearby, or it could be out of state, but oh, that's gross, Spike. What are you doing? Don't do it to me again. Whew, at least we got paid on that. A few $100. Now if we give back, $80, that's fine. Which looks like we're going to. I'll wait. But do you guys see this? Are you watching the charts? Like, it's just red, nonstop selling, and then nonstop buying. This is not retail traders buying this. It's just silly. So if you're fortunate to get in the bus going in the right direction, that's awesome. You know what I mean? Yeah, if we don't get a leg lower soon, I might be done until the announcement. And even then, I don't know. I'm tempted to hold some overnight, but what did we get here? What was that? Okay. Yeah. All right, guys, give me a sec. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna probably close out these put options here on the SPY again. I'm not chasing. Just not doing it. So that's $62. Bye bye. Bye bye. We were up a couple $100 on that. Even the runners were up a couple $100. Give back $62. That's fine. All right, guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna step away for a second. I gotta take a call. All right, y'all. We are coming up to the 4 o'clock hour. And apparently, there's news around TikTok. 19% stakehold by ByteDance. And then a new form of TikTok US will be formed. So, who knew? If I just didn't eat the loss on Meta, I'm totally kidding. But that's kind of frustrating. It is what it is. I'm looking at AG comments. Dan, yep. Thanks, Dan, for sharing that thought process. And that's a good way to AG for you to identify folks if you're looking. But definitely consult if you're actively doing this. You'll definitely want to be mindful of tax implications, etc., etc. Well, we're coming up to the 3:30 time frame. I'm tempted. In fact, I don't know if I think we might end the a second there. Okay. Do we see one last buy push? Quite possibly. I'm not eager to jump into anything, but this is a strong bounce off the VWAP here. We've been holding it all day, watching the VWAP on the SPY and the Qs. I don't want to jump into a bullish move when we're aiming lower, but it feels like bulls want to see if bears are going to step up or not. Because I think majority of that selling we saw earlier today was just people taking profits, not bears entering the market until they have confirmation on direction. It's at least the sense I'm getting. Let's see, Steve, good to see you back in the afternoon. Yeah, it's today only, really. I mean, I'm not planning on doing this like every day. It's just, look, it's a big day today. Tariffs are going to have a big impact on markets. I want to be able to take advantage of it and trade it, up or down. You know what I mean? Like I don't really mind either way. For me, though, it is being able to use options right now is kind of what the trouble being. A lot of these options are pretty baked cost-wise, very expensive. Like right now, the 563s that expire tomorrow, so right at the money on the SPY, they're like almost $5. Another $500 per contract, basically. So you could buy one share for the cost of one contract. Give or take. Yeah, big day for sure, Steve. Yep. Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts, y'all? I'm curious. What are you guys thinking about this whole tariffs thing? You guys kind of got to hear my perspective on, you could tell the story either way, right? If you're bullish, there's a story. If you're bearish, there's a story. But I'm curious to kind of get your thoughts on there's what we trade on a day-to-day basis, which, today is a tricky one, like really tricky one. But curious to see what your thoughts are on what impact does it have on the economy, on banks, on pick a topic area, on energy or oil or whatever. I'm always curious to kind of get a perspective from the community here. You think we fall short term? You're saying just in the markets collectively? Because the thing is, here's the trouble with that. The reason I care a lot about this 564.31 level today that was tagged on the SPY, from that level up, that's when the election happened. And all of the stuff that was basically being proposed back then were around tariffs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we saw what happened with markets. They literally climbed to all-time highs. So question mark there. Do you know what I mean? Like, is that what's going to happen? I don't know. Maybe. But it's one of those things where now I'm like really curious. Because the inclination will be like, hey, let's rally this market. But that'll also mean other things have to fall into place. Like that would start to eliminate the idea of a rate cut, number one. Also would reduce the opportunity for a weaker dollar. Or does it increase that? You know what I mean? So there's a few ways to spin this. And the trouble I'm having is if we just look at it from a technical perspective, this 564.31, anything above that, that's I'm gonna call it the election pump. I think the biggest trouble is it's going to obviously increase prices for everything for the average consumer. And with debt being at an all-time high, people having trouble paying their credit cards, their mortgages, their vehicles, all that's like at all-time highs. So do we come up with a quantitative easing strategy for that? I don't know. Or does that be part of the the spirit of like, hey, let's make eggs cheaper or whatever? Like, does that become a subsidy from the government? I don't know. But like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at. Is like, how do we? Well, $5 trillion debt ceiling increase just happened. For Trump tax cuts. Interesting. That might have an impact right now. Yeah, I might actually get bullish after that news. Amazon, maybe. 196? Okay. Let's wait for this candle to finish. Watching 196 on Amazon. This looks like we're about to spike here, guys. One way or the other. Okay, I'm gonna go for Amazon here. Build position long. 196.14, sure. Yeah, that raising on the debt ceiling, I think is going to help markets, guys. In Amazon, I didn't post it, but I can. Amazon. Again, everything is kind of small size, but it's fine. I think MSTR just popping right now. Tesla 281.80. Let's do it. I just think this is going to be a last chance. So if we're wrong, out. If we're right, let's roll. 281.70 in Tesla. Everything I'm taking right now is small. Look at MSTR taking off now. Here comes Tesla. Let's go. MSTR ripping. Watch 564.31 on the SPY. Or, yeah, on the SPY. Keep an eye on it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. The amount of movement in today, I mean, we expected it. We knew it was going to be volatile, but this is wild. Like 1% to 0.5% moves in like minutes in either direction. Yeah, I can in a minute. Give me a sec. I'm just watching this position real quick. Maybe I can add Tesla. Okay, keep an eye, guys. SPY 564.31. Okay, we just breached it for half a second here. I think that ceiling increase that's good news. I don't think mainstream media is going to hear about that anytime soon. Here we go. I'm going to add to Tesla here. We're going to get the breakout. Let's go. Maybe we get some money back. Okay, added Tesla. It either breaks out or I dump this position, but a lot of news around Tesla, conversations here. We're approaching the end of the day. Maybe we see a big spike to like 287 or something like that. I take my 5 points and maybe leave a tiny position. Amazon, it's not a huge winner right now, but you know, we'll take it. See if we can get a push. 197.50, kind of the target right now. Come on, Tesla, breakout. Need a new session high. 284.39. Let's get it. 285 be like at a minimum a target for a partial. If we start pushing even harder through that 285, then I'll trim up into like a 286. We'll see. I just want to see how much we overshoot. We're getting there, guys. Beautiful trade right now. Thank you, Tesla. Come on. I hate to just keep pulling these same stocks, but I mean, a day like today, trade the ones that are favored, not the ones that are random. Let's see. Okay. What? I don't know what's going on right now with my screen. I'm trying to share my screen right now, so I'll give me a sec. Something's up with my my OBS. Okay, here comes Tesla, guys. Let's see if we get the pop. I think we get it. Amazon too. Watching this 564.31 behavior on SPY. Maybe we start clear blue sky breakout here. We'll see. Or rejection. We'll find out. Q's pushing. Okay, let me try to reopen this. What is going on here? You know, Sana, I'm trying to share my screen right now, and for whatever reason, this OBS system is acting out. I probably need to restart my computer. I won't share. We got a couple charts up right now, but I know those are Scott's. Getting ready to take some off Tesla here in a minute. Wish it was a bigger trade, but maybe we get the breakout right now. I'm just seeing the Qs and the SPY like reject that level, so I'll wait. But getting close to take a partial here in a moment. We're so close to the high session, so close. Ooh, we rejected that level on the SPY now. It's not even that much money on Amazon. Uh-oh. Here comes the real bulls. Are they gonna fight to break out, or are they gonna 350 will tell us a lot. I don't know. Looks like we're about to rip here in a minute. Getting ready to take a partial on Amazon. Would really love to see a breakout on Tesla over session highs. 197 target, Amazon, 197 target. Here we go. CRW, you made 4 points on it, 3.5 points? Mark, nice. Good post, thank you. Here comes Tesla. Here comes Tesla. And Amazon. I'm putting them up for sale at 197.01. And Tesla, it's going to be a market order to get out for a partial. All right, I might miss out on the breakout, but I'm taking some off Tesla here. Still have some to run. I'll put my stop right at my entry. So can't lose on this one. Actually, I'll probably move it up a bit here in a second. 82.70. So make a point on the runners if we pull back. Okay, moving up my stop again on Tesla a little bit. Perfect. We're now above 283, 283.20. Here we go. There's a breakout. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Come on, Tesla. Amazon's close enough. I'm going to take some off here. I might miss out on the big 197 push, but I don't mind. I'll just take some off. Partial there. Thank you. And I'll take some off of Tesla in just a moment. Maybe we get a 285 print, maybe a 286 print. Let's see how aggressive we push through 285. Uh-oh, that's what I didn't want to see. I just got stopped. No! Oh, that's too bad on Tesla. Fun run, though. That was cool. Yeah, Paul, you can't hear me? I'm on. Wow. A good thing I had that trail on Tesla. I mean, someone just came in and they were like, "Nah, I think I'm done for the day. I'll sell." Bam! How many shares? 1.5 million shares just hit that right there. Ooh. Okay. We're out of the Tesla trade. That was fun. You found out it was wrong. Cool, Paul. Right on. Well, I'm gonna try to listen into this this whole, like, what it means. Obviously, I'm sure you guys are gonna hear from pundits on their interpretation of it, but I'm gonna keep a close eye on what's happening during this announcement. And I do apologize. Like, I'm trying to share my screen. The OBS system that we use is like bogging down for whatever reason. I don't know why. So there goes the SPY, guys. What I'm worried about is that candle that you just saw on Tesla as an example. Like, if we see that on the SPY or the Qs, oh man, it's game over. You know what I mean? If it's down, if it goes straight up, there's gonna be a lot of people short that are gonna wake up tomorrow with a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Wow. I am so glad I put the trail on Tesla. We got the breakout, moved it up, and thank goodness it did that. Yikes. Worth noting, though, Qs are still pushing, which means the likes of Amazon, the likes of NVIDIA, the likes of Meta, the likes of Microsoft, the Mag 7 are leading the way. I'm actually going to put stop loss, trailing stop behind Amazon right now, too. So 196.72. And if we break out over 197, I'll just keep moving it higher. Five more minutes, we should know if there's buy or sell orders at the close. We'll find out here in 5 minutes. Mm, 565 puts tomorrow. How much are they? Let's grab maybe a couple of them. Ooh, those are expensive. 564 for tomorrow. All right, let's see where we end up. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. All right, let's see if I get a chance at these put options again. I'm going to be all out Amazon here in a moment. Okay. Maybe I miss a bigger leg higher on Amazon, but that's good enough for me. 197 is fine. I'm looking at the 564 put options in tomorrow. I'm going to grab maybe a couple of them because I technically have about 15 minutes before after the market closes that I can get out of those positions. But I'm going to keep an eye on it. Right now they're at like 365-ish. So I don't know. Maybe grab like 2. So risk $700. And if it gets cheaper, cool. I'll maybe grab the 565s. We'll see. Oh, missed out on the big push on Amazon. Oh, well. I am not too concerned about it. We made some money there. We made some money on Tesla. And I'm just watching for entries on these put options here. They're now down to 362. That's fine. I'll keep an eye on it. I also have the 565s up for tomorrow, though. And if we spike in the after hours, like once the announcement's made, then I'll just dump it. I got like basically 10 minutes to trade in the after on the options. And the big reason too is, I mean, there's some premium baked into this. So like, you know, if you look at 64, 7, 8 points basically baked in. So like 1.5% move basically from the tariffs is kind of baked into the premiums right now, which is a lot. It's pretty expensive. You know, even like the 552s are like 90 cents. So $90. Realistically, that should be worth, you know, with 1 day expiration, probably like 26 cents. All right, y'all. We're right solo here. I think I've tried to share my screen, guys. I do apologize. I'd have to like restart my computer right now in order to, I think, get this OBS thing stood up. I don't know what's going on with it. By the time I got everything set up again, it would be 4 o'clock. So we'd miss the news. All right, let's they're $3.80. Oh, that's so expensive. Okay, I'll grab 2 at 3. Oh no, they're moving higher. 564 strike. Let's see if I get filled. I'll put them up there for $3.65. Just 2. And if I'm wrong, I wake up down tomorrow, $700. Worst case. And if I'm right, well, maybe I get a big chunk of that here in the after. We'll see. Okay. A lot of effort to move down, not so much effort to move up, which is kind of where I'm. Is this a bull trap? It's kind of what I'm betting on. And I can be wrong. I've been wrong, guys, 3 times today. So it happens. So right now, the big channel that we just broke out of is 559.79 on the bottom side of the SPY and 564.31, which is right up in the area where we are now on the SPY. And again, this is all like the election pump level. Anything above this 564.31. It happened, what was that, back in like November? So if we break that 559 level, first area of resistance would be right around, call it 555-ish. And then 548 is kind of the next level lower. So that's why for me, I'm like, okay, well, I'll take these options and we move to, let's just say 554. I mean, that's 10 points in the money. So I might get premium, but if worst case, I get, buying them for three and change. Okay, I'll go for it, guys. Not my favorite price, but we'll get them at 380. $3.80. So 760 is at risk. Let's see what happens. Are you guys listening to news as well? Incredible. Incredible buying. Unbelievable. Ha! I could have got in at 365 after all. We're there now. There it is. There's our beginning to the buy or sell at the close. Guys, if I was in that Amazon trade without trailing stop, could you imagine? Luckily, we got out that 197 print, but a lot of people trying to get out before this announcement. But it looks like way more people trying to get in. AG, what news you watch or listen to? Yeah, I think so. Right now, that's the biggest fear too. Is there's plenty of room to break shorts right now. This market's been pretty beaten down, and like, oh, are we putting in a bottom? I don't know. So good news is you know if you start squeezing the shorts, especially during this type of an event, they're going to have to be forced to liquidate, and so you're buying and they're covering, so you get momentum to the upside. So essentially, you're doubling your number of buyers as you're squeezing these short positions. But so right now, guys, I'm risking $760 into this trading session for markets to go lower. So if they don't, oh well. Three more minutes. Eyes and ears glued to the screen right now, y'all. Again, I apologize. Wish I could be sharing my screen. Didn't realize I'd have to restart for that to show up properly. Not my best trading day today, guys. I mean, I could argue many of you guys probably just went long and made a ton of money, made a killing. But I missed the open. Of all days to miss the open. Thanks a lot, Doc. All right. 2 more minutes. Don't be surprised if we see a huge spike just for the exuberance of breaking the shorts, you know? But worst case, I lose $760. But I am red on the day. Even with these winning trades on Tesla.